All right. So I've been messing around with the new map everywhere. Swapped over to that rather than Shinobi. It's not as good at farming. It should be stronger, but yeah, not having any range other than spear throw is significantly worse. But I really need to be that strong for what I'm doing right now. I do need to go buy buffs actually. I prefer to test my builds without buffs so that I know what's going on with my class rather than masking its performance with very strong blessing. Or is it sanctuary? Sacrament. Don't need those. For now, I'm just farming the top shade piece, which will be the last piece of my general build. I believe the leaf bugs here. It's been a while since I farmed this thing. Like I guess I'm still somewhat figuring out how this build's going to work. But right now, I'm mostly focused on blocking. Hence the shield now. That's the majority of my defenses comes down to blocking. Later on, we'll also have evasion on top of that. When I swap to a staff, I won't lose as much damage by using a shield. I guess I could be using the max skills, but if you're not comboing them, they're really not worth it. I don't think the combo is really useful for me right now. Without my swordsman levels, I can't kill them in one hit with dash, so with thrust, with B dash, which is unfortunate. good now, but very slow. I didn't even need to use the combo. So back to farming. I used my combo for some reason. I inputted it correctly. Maybe could be it. Something break? I was able to do them a little bit ago. For whatever reason, those do nothing. Was that really sucked? Oh, I know what it is, actually. I put on a shield. So that's really bad if that's the case. No, maybe not. Better have an extra at least. So it is the shield. That is very unfortunate, actually. There's a similar issue with the monk who uses a shield. Something about the block script. It keeps checking and resetting your block over and over, apparently. And because of that, anything else that gets set to your left hand will just get erased. Hence, the combos just disappear. Meaning we most likely have to go and set it up so that it'll go to your main hand if you're using the shield specifically. It's funny because I have a block that'll block regardless of regardless. Will it have a shield on? I can actually check it. It does work. So I can still block, I just have to activate it. Or not use the combos. It's actually probably the smarter thing to do here. Still isn't much, but it's better than the combos that I won't need. If I needed damage, then sure I would swap it for combos, but for now, everything I'm farming is very weak. I am very strong. If you want to look at it, just my passive block, actually. 36. Yeah. For this server, that is just 36% chance to block any attack. Or most attacks. There's some attacks that are just not blockable unless you have a specific shield on them. So I'm not the only one on this map. It is a little unfortunate. It'll be resolved when I get my staff. There they are. Alright, so need to go to the next map over. And I have the EXP, or not the, I have the level, and it'll give better EXP, so I actually don't know where this thing is. I actually will go buy defensive buffs, because I'm going to go, I believe it's a 160 map? 170? Oh, you can play this on PC. I don't know about console. I know you can play it on the Vita. You can play it on the Vita, and you can play it on probably the Steam Deck. Phone. I need to find. I'm just looking for a map right now. I'm trying to remember where it is. I thought it was right over here, but apparently I was wrong. Looking for something like Sicarus Ruins. I think it's a dungeon. Side areas. I swear it's just. I'm not seeing it. I'm blind for some reason. I'll find it this way. I mean, I'm not against them, but I don't really play a lot of them. I play a lot of MMOs, a few mobile games that I somewhat keep up with, but otherwise, I just tend to play action. I mean, I actually really like the Terraria series. Not really the Terraria series, but the Terraria genre. I like the 2D delvers. Easy to call. well, this isn't as helpful as I was hoping. It's, it's a much lower level dungeon, actually. So it must be on the other side. I was looking in the complete wrong direction. There it is. So yeah, I need to go to Fred and then walk down. Also grab ups, for sure. Everything on that side is not fully adjusted, so it could hit really hard or it will just be very tanky. I don't know which. I hope it's just tanky. I have really good offense. I don't have great defense. What's that? Do I need to leave through a different entrance? I don't think I've ever actually done the Orpha side. Yeah, it's the opposite side of town somehow. My geometry does not like that you lead through the north side of town to go to a south path. I was saying, if you want to share something, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. It'll be quite tanky, it looks like. Where that damage came from. I mean, I don't really do much in terms of art. More of the code type. So they do it very hard. Might not be strong enough for this map. Heal up and then just try a full combo on these and see if I can. Yeah, I don't really do much in terms of art. Heal up. I mean, I can tell them it's just very expensive. Let's see if I can just kind of tease by not going to that area. No way this will be worth it. So quick. Oh, now he stops. Crazy thing. No way I can farm this map. How about they had 200k HP? I don't know why. I was reading 400k is 200k. That's definitely not the worst. So I have to go and split the map with this guy. Either that or I could go farm some EXP. It's also an option. So I know the damage I'm doing, I can definitely go farm a much better EXP map than what I was farming last time, at least. Which my next job up gets me a big damage increase or access to a ranged attack, both of which are good. Nice to have. It gets me XP. I mean, I'm not doing anything but I actually use it right now, so I have skills. I realized that you can't actually use the combos while using a shield, which is a massive limitation. Like, it'll unlock the combo, but I can't actually complete it. The shield is overriding my. Even though I don't have the block passive, it's just resetting my combo attack button. So you have to take off your shield. Very unfortunate. Go and grab my founder buffs. But I suppose I'll find out how it's feeling once I start grinding EXP. The stuff I was farming wasn't feeling great, but that stuff was really strong for where, like, excessively strong. And I really should have bought more founders tokens while they were in there. I didn't even think about it. Sitting on a bunch of TP. I have 3 of them, which I usually don't grind more than 3 hours, at least as far as the XP grinding. So, shouldn't be an issue. And if I actually remember to collect them every day, I have a massive surplus. I mean, a fish. It's like $3 to get an hour of even more EXP. It's not a fish anymore, it's a pizza. Definitely a pizza. There actually is a pizza icon that I was supposed to put on for the last patch, but I did not do that. I looked for it and it wasn't in any of the patches I had recently opened, so I didn't want to go back through and unpack patches until I found it. For the elemental imbues, the Highlander elemental imbues work with Knack. They don't really work with anything else, but I mean, Highlander itself isn't bad. It's my main modding skill, so this build will most likely end up being Highlander 3, Hoplite 3, Max Shinobi, and then eventually I think I have room for Swordsman too, just to get the improved gung ho. I mean, technically, I could swap to a staff now, which, if I had a good staff, it would be good, but I don't have one of those. Like, this build is eventually going to be a power staff user, which, I mean, it's a great weapon. I mean, Corsair is always nice to have in a build. The only thing about Corsair 3 is you're not really using max potential anymore. You're going to be dueling swords guaranteed, so my other build is Corsair 3. So I already have that build. Swordsman 3. I have Swordsman Barb 3, Corsair 3, and I believe Shinobi. Yeah, Shinobi. I mean, it's hard to pass up Shinobi just because it's the only real range skill you're going to get on Swordsman. And it's nice to just be able to chuck some kunai across the screen and clear out a big pack. But yeah, this thing looks extremely good. And you have to have Knack to use staffs, which strongly incentivizes you to actually use them when you unlock them. I have this thing. I can only use for some reason. Oh, because the staff is single class. So only certain stats are actually equipable on all classes to begin with. I mean, I know for a fact this one. It doesn't tell you here. I know you can use this one on all classes for sure. And there are a few others. It's weird. I was using the staff on my other character and I had no issues. My other character is also was a Mac for a while. I mean, like I said, if you're going Corsair 3, you basically always want to be using double swords. You can, I mean, not really that you can, you will use the, you will use the pistol skills very likely. They're very good, but that's something you'll swap to just to get rid of melee mobs or anti-melee mobs, or for bossing. Ice Bullet's extremely good. I have a couple of them. I guess I was using them. I was stockpiling bullets while I was playing, of course, on this guy. But yeah, if you're going Corsair 3, Two Swords is your best general DPS. But if you're going Knack, using a staff is going to give you not necessarily more damage, but damage in other class circles. Like, I'm not going for double strike or any of that. Like, those skills are very strong, and they're specifically very strong when you are dueling. Thing is, I'm not really finding around that. So yeah, you can use staffs. I wasn't sure if it was something wrong with my client. I mean, yeah, I can equip a staff. It does. It slightly boosts my damage. But yeah, without the power staff, it's just not worth swapping the staff yet. Ideally, I'll be able to kill these with the bonus damage from Solar Spear, the demon bonus, very easily, depending on how much people push them out. Okay, the map's not pushed at all. So it's this would be an area where it'd be really nice to have a pistol. I don't know if the pistol actually bypasses the melee resistance. I think it's classified as a missile, which would mean it does. It's unfortunate. Yeah, right now, kunai would just be very nice to have. Kunai are also definitely missiles, so you can kill the anti-melee mobs with those. That's the whole reason why I'm even going to include Shinobi. Well, Shinobi also is a Highlander synergy class. They can't walk up and down the stairway, by the way. And that's the. I can't tell which mob it is. I think it's a raid. It's taking damage for all the enemies in its area, so I'm just shotgunning a bunch of mobs. It's fairly easy to kill. I feel like the combos are very weak right now. Like the base damage on them is very low. I assume part of that is because they're not classified correctly for Highlander. So even though Knack is a Highlander synergy class, they are not synergizing. So they only do like 5% of my Highlander buff damage. Because, like, as you can see, I do a ton of damage just from the Highlander buffs. That's not with an extra or anything. So not having that is a massive. I'm actually going to buy a bunch of better potions. I have too much HP. Even more HP. I actually should check the market. If anyone's posting the made potions, but they are better. I think those. I don't have that much SP to recover. Those are just the gems that I've gotten on my fresh start characters. If you didn't know, the spear skill deals more damage the further you are from the target when you hit them. I mean, it says it on the skill description. Very much so. Strongest mob in this map, and it's not the element that I do bonus damage to. So, yeah. The worst possible spawn. taking reduced damage. So this is this physical class. So good old 90% reduced damage taken from spear throw. Yeah, if I had any ice, or not if I had any ice bullets, if I had the ice bullet skill, I could one shot that thing easily by just using the Metro buff while you did it. Well, he's stuck there, but I mean, I'm glad he is. That is one thing I really like about playing the Summoner is you can just completely ignore these things. Not even just being over leveled. If I was 100 levels higher, I could probably just two-shot this with Spear Throw, but being able to just swap your summon from physical to melee to magic, or from range to physical to magic, is very nice. Just don't want to see any more anti-melee holy men. Just soaks up so much time dealing with these things. This might be better to play with the hybrid controls, so I can just mouse click where I want to throw the spear. That might make it feel a lot better, but I've had to reorganize all of my other skills. It make using my combos a nightmare. Very unfortunate. I can kind of heal the other one because I can get it to take damage from my racial bonus. I walked into a pile of raids. But the other one's going to heal up while that's going on. Follow me up the stairs. Yep. I'll leave the aggro. I really wanted to stairs. Instantly blow up that Titanic. I mean, I could also just go to a non-party zone and not have to deal with the elites. But I know I can grind this zone, so why not? People done to this map. I'm guessing Amelia was grinding here, and he was just leaving anything that was anti-melee. Alright, I'm just going to not. Um, literally, doesn't matter. Archer is just that good. Who needs gear? I have a bow. I don't even know what this build is right now. I'm just the good old trio. That's fine. Time to kill all these elites. been a while since I played this character. I mean, there's a lot of different ways I can kill these elites. Archer is exceptionally good. This attack will bounce back and forth between any targets that are alone. So as I drag the elites out, it bounces everything into them. And it's extremely powerful. Alone, it's quite garbage. In a pile, just do this. But you can see it's like 10 different lines of primary damage, not even counting all of my pursuits. They're overlaying each other due to how it calculates. But yeah, Archer is the mobbing class. I thought about making one. You do not need a plus 20 bow, you just need a chat bow. And it's amazing. I do have some good cards on though, so be aware of that. But anyone can do this. It's my favorite thing to do on Archer now. Is a reason for this. As long as I am kneeling down, the damage calculation from Explosion Arrow is calculating my kneeling damage, which I'll show you. Kneeling is incredibly powerful. So when I do this, it's going to guarantee a kill. I'm just going to make sure there's no other anti-melee elites here. You can jump the attack on those ones, by the way. They will hit you if you run through them without speed gear, but just jump. They can hit airborne targets, whether flying or jumping. Also used when arrow while kneeling. Really big damage. Unfortunately, I could normal attack, but it's next to useless. Also, that wasn't my normal attack. That's bounce shot. It is also very good, but it functions different. So split arrow is the one I'm using for general modding. I mean, this is my fresh character, but since I'm on this character, the split arrow is my general mobbing skill. It hits up to 3 targets and then bounces depending on how much AoE ratio you have. I have quite a lot. So, there we go. Oh, I only have 4. Never mind. So I'm much weaker than I would normally be. But yeah, that's what this one does. 3 targets, then many bounces. This one is few bounces, but up to 10 targets per shot. So something like this, and you can also use it while kneeling. Kneel down and shoot. I'm going to blow up the whole screen. Yeah, this one's your bossing skill for sure. It doesn't lock you in place. I think the arrows are getting eaten by the Titanic. I did not know that worked that way. Or there's something in there that's making me miss. I don't see the shadow, but it's weird. It shouldn't work that way, but it seems to be working that way. So maybe I have to hit the rares. Because it definitely wasn't working that way a second ago. Something to do with them all overlaying. That's the that's the downside of the glass cannon. I can't even take one hit. I can just do this. Time bomb, my beloved. Also, I'm not using my crit arrow. It's even more damage, so I'm just not utilizing. I really shouldn't be killing these Titanics because they give a lot of EXP, and I can very easily kill them on the other guy, but just wanted to clear out most of the elites while I'm here. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't letting me bounce my arrow on the other one. It did on that one, because I didn't do that much damage with 2 or 3 shots. I need to clear the elites. This guy is in the map. Yeah, that's without buffs or anything. I mean, 100 extra levels and just being able to kite everything to death is very nice. Swordsman gets strong, but it's like 100 levels, 60 extra levels, and range. Simply lack those luxuries. Thankfully, it counted my damage before I got hit by that heal tile. Yeah, that's the damage difference between that and, you know, any other class. Highlander hits hard, but Mac post rework is much stronger. Just all single target. This combo is technically range, but it's very short range. I thought it was much larger. There's also another AoE combo that is just the Earth Strike combo that Pirate might use on teleport. So it's not that strong. Which he said he was working on the damage scaling of them and slowly moving them up until they're in a good spot. So hopefully they'll be much better later. And like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason why the damage is so low for me is because I'm heavily relying on Highlander, which obviously does nothing. Going to 5% of my normal damage as pursuits is not even worth mentioning. HP go. Weird. I just spontaneously lost like 2k HP. Oh, the seed. The seed expired. Yeah. That would, that would do it. In that case, I'm actually going to set up my shop and find my weapons and craft some food. No one else has a food shop set up. Guess it falls to me. Forgot they fall. Oh, maybe I ran into something that was attacking him. I always forget to extend my camp, so it should be here basically forever, but somehow I just continuously forget to extend it. buffs are here. See, it's very annoying to have to redo my table because every time I do, I use another warp scroll. Otherwise, I could just warp back and increase its duration. But I like to be able to warp back there in case it expires. It's like 11 cents. But it's like 5 cents every time I have to warp back there. Now I will buy my own upgrades. Also, it does look like other people are farming the cotton still, so I will not be able to go there. I mean, I can. It'll just be kind of a dick move. So only the top and bottom and shield and sword main end. Such an odd choice. Just no upgrade your gloves. But why? It's not even that big of an upgrade. Out of money. That's so expensive. Which I should be making really good money there, but I guess I did just buy a ton of potions. At this point, I technically could just join a party and level up the rest of the way because most people would, but I just want to commit to the solo all the way up to 200. So get there. So I'm just going to farm first for a bit. There are good items here as well, so. I mean, the dream would be to get another flame. Casually go pick one up. I mean, I could actually maybe go to demon prison at this point. They are, as the name implies, I believe, all demons. Come on. I don't even understand how that hit me. I was very much outside that radius. Yeah, something must have like got near me and my teleport killed me. You kidding me? I mean, I know I don't have buffs right now, but I thought I could at least clear those mobs off of me. One of the nice things about going to the staff. I actually get to use calm. 7 minutes. So like I'm gonna run the demon prison. I keep thinking that I can't use Sinestro if I'm going to change maps. I forgot that it now saves between maps. It does not save between deaths, but yeah, at least you can jump around maps with it. I could try Narcon. It would be very good EXP if I could kill it here. But they're quite strong. It's not an elite map, so I don't have to worry about any of that. Just have to worry about the fact that, they're very strong. This is doable. If I had full buffs, I'd be a lot more comfortable. What is this? This, this. I'm still learning the combos. You can chain those two together. It's tech, sock, tech, and then you can call prong sock, or not prong your combo finisher, then sock. So that I finished it, did not. Use this. They're a little bit difficult to chain on modding. They're really easy to use on bosses, but it's strong. Like I said, the finishers do feel a little too weak right now, in my opinion. Well, there is the. I have to stay away from the chunk of that for sure. This is just a nice thing about Barb. Barb can easily tank these things. They hit like 200s on them while they're low life. But for me, that is not the case. But the XP there is much better. And since the mobs are strong enough to actually use my combos, it's probably where I should go. I'll do that after I get fresh buffs. Not these buffs, I'm just going to go ahead and announce and then pop the next umbrella buff, Founders buff. Sadly, even if I had my shade set, like it'd be more damage. Always good. More damage is never not useful, but the defensives on it really not going to do much. I'll have a 20% chance to dodge instead of like a 9% chance to dodge. And I mean, if I grind somewhere that they deal all dark damage, a little bit of a percent reduction, but still not enough to matter. I don't know if that is 30% reduced damage or 3% reduced damage from dark. These are actually pretty good for white items. as if I had sold them to the NPC, but I actually get to keep them. Another fish. It did run and travel wouldn't be able to utilize all my damage, but I would make a lot of silver. Well, I need the silver. 7 times silver is pretty much just guaranteed over time. Once I go and farm my for my last gear. Also, getting silver later on, much easier. Just squeezing out a bunch of levels real quick would be very good. Yes, I'm going to do that. I would have just continued farming my cotton, but apparently everyone is making their shade set now, so it's highly contested. I don't want to disrupt other people when it's literally my second shade set. I do not need it. Here. I don't know why that happens now. Very often I get caught in like a locked pose where I can't continue moving or doing anything. I thought it was mobs in Fire Tower. I know they have a debuff that basically does the same thing. It's the same thing in Tenet when you get hit by the little floating balls. Ignore these guys. They're too tanky. I feel like I'm doing significantly less damage now. I don't know what changed. It's going to take me a while to get used to these combos. And everything here is demon. So this is kind of the ideal place for me to grind with this weapon. Put me on cooldown. Significantly better than that. skill to max under the new system. For some reason, mid combo, it's making me do a normal attack instead of actually finishing the combo. Not sure why. Heal tiles every time. It's all clear combo today. We would be the best. Real low life. I really need to get my evasion up. I should be evading at least evading or blocking like 30% of hits. And it's nowhere near that right now. Trying to use them to boost my damage is not working out. Damage definitely feels too low for the combos. Like, I'm not that good at doing them. I'm pretty sure I could just out DPS them by throwing the spear. Maybe not. Missing buffs? I think I am. Wait, I'm missing shot buffs. Make sure I have these. Part of the reason why I do so little damage against this one is I've mentioned it before. My spear gives me a double damage towards demons, and this is one of the only non-demons in this map. Must be entering another combo, a longer chain, that I'm not meaning to enter, but it's happening. Because I'm trying to double up the AoE, the sweep and then ground pound, and I'm doing some other combo in between. Reasons unknown. Still mandates. I'm only here to get money, and I have enough money now. Get fresh buffs. pop another founders just for the seed buff. It's kind of OP. I mean, it's strong, but I feel like the combos are very weak right now, which is very disappointing. Like the class itself, after the buffs, is much stronger. Like for sure. But just the finishers are meh. Which he said he was buffing those like over time, just seeing how they're performing, increasing them up to where they will be worth using. But right now, like some of the combos feel a little clunky too. And it might just be that I'm doing a longer combo than I mean to do. So like I'm going into a big chain and I just kind of want to double up my. They're not weak, but they're not strong. Like they're about equal with the skills that activate them. So why go through the effort of activating a combo? So like that's one of the combos, and as you can see, the damage is about the same. So rather than doing the combo, I could just run up and then CC them and then just spam my other skills. Which had actually unlocked a different combo. Apparently a dropkick. Right now I lost my buff, so just kind of waiting until Finesse gets back up. So it's not that they're weak, it's just that they're not rewarding enough to justify altering your normal skill use. Also, Throw Spear is hilariously strong now. Like, that was one of the other changes, I guess, that made in this patch. And if you can hit your target with it, which is the hard part of Throw Spear because it's so slow, it does a few million damage. So yeah, that's the simplest combo I know. It's very difficult to hit things with. Just be aware of that. So, waiting on my cooldowns again. I mean, I can just use this. 30-second cooldown. You can spam this, but. So, this is the longest combo chain I've found. And I mean, I would expect from that much effort, I should be able to kill one of these in just one cycle. But, like I said, he's going to slowly raise them. I expect they will be better than the normal max skills eventually. I do have very low gear and level for being able to solo here, and it is very easy. So, overall, Mac feels fairly decent. It's just the combos that I feel like need to be buffed a moderate amount. Which one of the other systems that I could be using that I'm not really using is they get stronger the more you chain them together, and I just don't know enough chains to make full use of that. Like I only know the three of the combos that I actually can do on command. The other ones I accidentally do sometimes. I know the sweep, I know the ground pound, and I know the drop kick. Actually, I know one more. I keep doing it on accident. This little ranged rock kick. But I know there is two more that I haven't been able to figure out. I haven't got the actual like boss DPS punch. Uh, yeah, you don't use the actual skill. Like it just gets put into your offhand attack. That's why I can't use a shield right now. I think that's the biggest letdown. If I put on my shield, like yeah, I get my durability, I get a little extra stats, but I can't actually use any of the finishers. Like I can unlock one, and it's unlocked, but I can't use it. And it has something to do with the shield overriding my attack key with not blocking. It's an INC issue, apparently. As long as you have a shield equipped, if you don't have the block skill unlocked, it just sets your offhand to nothing, which means it resets whatever it would have been set to. So that is a big letdown, which it won't matter when I get my staff. But until I have my staff, I'm just losing out on durability and mainly block hits. The only time I have block hits is if I actually hit the high guard block, which but yeah, the combos that I've figured out, show them real quick. So this one, which you can chain in to unlock another one, but you can also unlock it through this pattern if it registers. Those little lag hangs also kind of really hurt the combo system. I wasn't getting them before, but I am getting them now. It might just be me because there's a storm going on, but if that happens, it'll just completely stop your combo. Which, yeah. So this one is the one I was trying to do. So that's the ground and pound. It's one of the stronger ones, actually. And then this one that I keep doing on accident, trying to chain the two together. Which is apparently a ranged rock kick. Oh, that's why these things are so strong. They're also the wrong type of weapon. I'm using Silver Spear. But yeah, the longest combo I've found is it reset it again. Like I said, I keep trying to do this combo for mobbing because it's two AoEs, but apparently there is a overlap between two of those combos that should probably be lowered or something so that it doesn't accidentally trigger. So if you get this one, and then while you have it, you weave it into these attacks. Apparently the timing is just very tight on it due to that other combo. I was able to do it several times before while fighting actual targets. Okay, so it's unlocked. There it goes. So yeah, you do the ground and pound after everything else. You just replace the. I guess you kind of reverse the normal combo to unlock the ground pound, and you use the sweep instead. So like the normal ground and pound unlock is just a simple 1, 2, 3. Now I got ground and pound. And if you unlock the other skill first, you can kind of just do it backwards basically. And instead of going DS, or I'll just use the letters. Instead of going ADS, you'll do DCS instead. And that will change the other one. But like I said, there's a little bit of a kind of issue where you have to have it delay a little bit between doing it. But so I have it unlocked. I do D, I do the sweep, I do the punch, and I can finish it up with that. So I mean, it's good. It plays really well, other than like a couple timing issues, in my opinion. The damage is just not quite there yet. And again, maybe if I knew the other combos, if I changed the better combos in there, maybe I would build more combo counter and it would be good. My favorite one is just this one. It's not even particularly good, but I mean, it's just a drop kick. I like it visually. But apparently there are 9 total combos right now, and I've only figured out those 3. Or I guess 4. The other one that I keep accidentally doing. So yeah, that one, there definitely needs to be some sort of change to it. Because I know that one is intentional because it is like you literally chain it into an existing combo, so it's just something to do with the timing on the other one being too generous. Because it's this skill that I keep on triggering. It's probably my least favorite of the combos too. You literally kick a rock off the ground at them, apparently. It's a ranged kick. And it's literally just AD, and then combo finisher. Which, let's see. I haven't really been super trying to figure out the full combos, but from what I can tell, you weave in existing combos to get to the better ones, which, considering the 2 that I can unlock, was not one. I thought maybe it would be weaving the drop kick into a simple 1, 2, 3, but apparently not. or SDF. I'm sure that's one of them. But it's going to be something to do with one of those two button unlocks going into the rest of your combo, and I mean, you only have 4 buttons, and the cooldowns only allow so many combinations. It shouldn't be that hard to map them all out. Oh, well. Go and just test for a minute. Trying to figure out the combos while you're fighting things that can kill you is probably not the best way to do it. Can't do that one because it overrides your combo with the ground pound, so and it kind of rules out how many paths you can go by just how many combos will go into a different combo already. So it has to be something that you can weave in one of these two, either the AD or the AA combo. Or I guess it. It is nice that you can unlock them without hitting a target. You have 4 buttons, but the other combos can weave into them. So you technically have like 9 buttons, I think. Thinking, which you have 4 buttons, 2 of them are limited to one use per combo unless there's combos that you have to have the Muay Thai buff up, which there probably are. I mean, just if there's 9 combos, there's not enough button presses to reach all 9 without, well, I guess if you're weaving the combos, maybe. I assume some of them have to be done under Muay Thai, so like specifically for bossing. But I'm thinking AD ASF, maybe? Nope. You need a mod for that combo because you can use the kick unless there is something to kick at. Since it's a ranged attack, strangely enough. Okay, so try that one again. There's not that many buttons to press in that set. Okay, so that's your boss combo. Like I said, if it's going to use every single button, there's only so many different paths you can do. So yeah, that one was ADA, your combo breaker that you unlock from AD, S, F, and then combo again, combo breaker again. Now, it's definitely a bossing combo because, like I said, you can't actually use the other one to set up. Like for some of these, you can set them up without a target. For that one, so yeah, you have to have something to use the other combo finisher on. So for me, it's AD, AC, S, F, and then C again. There's probably one that you can mix in the drop kick as well, but you're down to 3 buttons at that point, which I think I've already tried all those inputs. I mean, this one remains the best one for mobbing that I've found, which is like I said, it's that started the other combo because it ends in so AD is a combo in itself, and that's the ranged one. And the other combo is ADS to unlock your sweep, and then it's DCS to unlock the ground and pound without doing the normal ASD progression, which means you can get both of them from the same cycle, whereas normally you can't if you have the SVDs. So you just have to like wait out the timing on the AD combo, which means that combo just needs to have its timing adjusted so that it won't trigger. So unlock this in a second. So yeah, I will recommend that he lowers the combo time on AD because it's a 2 button combo. You're not going to mess it up. You don't need like a 2 second window to finish it. So of that, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 combos. So there's 3 combos left to find out. And I'm assuming all three of those combos are going to be Muay Thai combos that you have to use them all during your Muay Thai burst where you have unlimited cooldowns, which I don't even think you can do that without having a mob. Oh, you can. Alright. Unlock something. Oh, just that one. Yeah, I'll have to mess around with the other ones. Like, they're going to be. It's going to be a lot of trial and error when you have literally unlimited. Well, I guess you just need to map it out. It'll be easy to do it on paper and then just figure out what combos rule out different combinations and figure out where there could be another chain in there. Because obviously, if you do a combo mid combo, it'll just end whatever combo you're on and put you into the other combo. The way that I keep canceling the one that I want to use. I keep canceling this one with yeah, I keep canceling that one with the ranged kick on accident, just because it shares the same path. And the range kick is a very simple path. But yeah, that means that during any combo, you can never rely on an AD transition or a double A transition unless they use that full combo chain. Never mind. You can't really do that on paper because if the combo just assumes that you're going to do the full combo finisher, it could still continue further and just count the next skill used as the kick. I guess it also could technically make you just ignore one of the unlocks that you get and continue comboing without using that skill at all and replace it with something else. Unless that's not possible. Oh no, it's definitely possible. So I can check it this way. Okay, yeah, so it will just replace with whatever your last unlock was, because otherwise I would have been able to. Actually, no. I, I can use the drop kick without a target. I can use the dash without a target. Okay, yeah, you can use the drop kick without a target. So yeah, it has a lot of possibilities. But I am going to say almost certainly the last three combos are going to be Muay Thai combos. Just considering that every button is covered in the ones that I figured out, I assume that the other ones are going to be back and forth between skills that would normally be on cooldown. It's a C1 class. And that's part of the reason why I wanted it in this build. I didn't really have much left. My other option would be to drop Muay Thai and then, or Knack Muay, and get uh, Doppelsonder, was what I was planning. But Doppel is just too simple for me. You have your spin to win, and you have a couple of skills that are okay damage, but otherwise, you use your spin to win, then you wait up in the cooldown for the spin to win, and you do it again. It's too simple for me. I already have pouncing, which is almost the same thing. It's not as much DPS. Like basically, Doppelsonder is your spin to win for like very high DPS, long cooldown. Pouncing is your no cooldown, much lower DPS. Hold the button and win the game. I wanted to play something a little different than my other classes. And it's not that I don't like them, it's just that I already have a simple class. Like, I'm going to play another swordsman. I want it to just be a different flavor. It's the same reason why I didn't go barbarian. I think barbarian is technically better just because of the low life mitigation and the passive regeneration. Top life is stronger for sure, but getting one hit and then, oh, now you have no damage for 2 minutes. It's a massive downside for that power. Which, if I get enough defenses, eventually I'll block that one hit and I don't have to worry about it. Or if I don't block it, I'll evade that one hit and I don't have to worry about it. Like, stack enough different buffs, or not buffs, enough different mitigation layers, and you'll never get hit. It's kind of my plan with this build. It's still a good ways until I reach that. I'm going to have to actually refine my gear, and then I might have like 20-30% evasion. And if I could use my shield, or when I get my staff, either one, 38% block chance already. I mean, that's very good. I have an unrefined shock shield. So I could easily be getting my block rate up into like the 50-60% range with a proper shield and just refines on it. And then suddenly the don't get hit meta actually is somewhat usable. Which is another reason to not use Mag, because then you don't have to worry about not being able to access your combos. I was going to recommend that you change the Mag skills so that when you have a shield equipped, it just replaces your main attack rather than your offhand. Like, the whole reason it replaces your offhand attack is because some people like the DPS with their triple hit on Mag. So, given the shield bug, if a shield is equipped, just put it on the other button. I mean, it's most likely a server-side thing. It's most likely an engine thing altogether. Like, the client really doesn't do much in terms of any of that. Like, maybe it will unequip items or prevent you from equipping items that you should be able to equip sometimes. But other than that, when it comes to defining what actions you're going to do with whatever button, like, it doesn't matter. The server does all that. And given that we already encountered this issue with the monk, you are not able to use their normal kit when you're in Iron Stance, even though you get rid of your shield, it replaces it with a fake no shield item. But it replaces your shield and weapon with a invisible item that is just nothing. But even though it does that, it still counts you as using a shield. So it's something deep in the engine that just constantly flips that state to nothing. So it's kind of unfortunate. There's most likely no way to change it without a full rebuild of the source code, which is not possible. But like I said, it's a simple fix to just make it so that if you have a shield on, put the attack in your Z button, and there you go. Problem solved. Stop buying these. Burning through all my TP. But it's 90% more EXP. Which, there's already a check that does something similar. So, I think it's $3. Everyone in the server technically can get the buff. It's $5 if you don't buy TP during the sale, but considering everyone in the server gets it, I mean, what is that? Just with the people that were here, like 50 cents per person. Like, it all depends on how you evaluate that. I mean, the problem with the AFK is you can only get 3 of them per 3 months, so one per month. I already bought them all. And sadly, I didn't even buy them from AFK. A lot of the times I would be, anytime I'm watching movies or stuff, I'll just be sitting there with my Necro Summoner and having to farm low-level gems. So, I mean, technically you could call that AFK, but I'm there to resummon my stuff every time it dies. I think in this reset, I've gotten over 40k points. I bought all the fish. I bought a second dog. I bought a lot of stuff. No, I guess I bought the dog last month. I mean, I'm close to 40k. Look at that. That was exactly what I wanted to avoid happening. Field tiles OP. I don't want to get the food buffs. Don't beat the magic resist. I didn't get the goddess buff. I swear I. Oh, I opened the TP shop. Alright. It cancels your action. I mean, I hopped on my archer for a second to clear out chapel because someone on elites in a pile. It is very good. You invest into an archer and it is very rewarding. Now, granted, I have very good cards, I have very good gear. There is a lot on my archer that I don't have on this character. But it was obliterating everything in chapel. It's all about that endgame. Once I have a good refined shield, or my staff, either one, I have my gear, my armor refined specifically, I should be nearly untouchable. Also with Shinobi's extra layer of evasion on top of everything else. The other thing I was thinking about doing is a fencer. Fencer is basically just if you pair a fencer with hoplite and then you use a rapier and shield, you're going to get 75 or higher evasion just from the fencer buffs from using your skills. And then again, you're going to have like 50 plus block chance on top of that. So physical attacks will just not be able to hit you. Just saying, my shield is blocked, what, 4 hits now? I really wish I could use it. I think that's probably the biggest, not necessarily DPS loss, but the combos don't feel as good because I'm using the assassinate gem. And in general, I've always already damaged the enemy before I do a finisher, so 50% crit chance. What's that other combo? I'll try that one. Forgotten it. I think it was throwing me off because the reset was unlocking all my skills. I was trying to like look at what was still locked versus unlocked. Okay, so this, this, this. So I mean that one's decent. It's a lot of setup for, I mean, like 3 million damage or close to it. Still a lot of setup. I needed to avoid that room. This little corridor is the only area where I actually have type advantage. Also, I feel like I should have leveled up the. I should have leveled up the skill. Like it's so much stronger than the other ones. I mean, I can always reset later, but I mean, yes, but also no. Level plays a very little role in your DPS at this point. Like it is, yes, a lot more stats, but I have a spear that's giving me double damage. I have some cards on. Like at this point, it's more about gear than it is about level, in my experience. I guess class level, yeah, I would have another line of damage. My existing damage would go up. And that's a 30% increase in DPS right there. I guess I also am playing a class that has massive stat requirements. I need int, I need strength, I need dex. There's no stat I don't need other than SPR. You can get away with really low SPR, but otherwise, that is another thing. Once I get my power staff, I will never miss again. 38 raw accuracy on the weapon alone. It's like 200 dex. I mean, I should really try to just chain as many combos as possible and see how strong they get. I think your knack skills get stronger too, actually. I mean, that would make it significantly better if that was the case. Assuming that bossing combo is going to be the biggest stacker as well. Yeah, I ruined it already. Ruined it again. It's going to take me a while to actually like muscle memory these combos so that I can do them while dodging enemies. Was it necessary? Absolutely. didn't think the clone could copy those skills. I guess the new clone can. And it definitely feels like it's getting stronger, but it's a lot of effort. Well, it was too much. I built the combo too high. Yeah, it's straight to desktop crash. I mean, that last hit over 1 million damage before all of my pursuits. So it was probably like 6 or 7 million. So, I mean, it definitely was getting strong if I was just continuously chaining combos. That might just be the way it's intended to be played. If you're going to play a knack, you're going to be comboing every single pack you kill. Which, I mean, use the system the class is built around. Who would have thought? I'm surprised that was my first crash. Usually when I stream, there's massive performance issues. I mean, not in Tree of Savior, like in other games. It was kind of funny how those gens interact with that. I unlock my combo to do the ground and pound, and then I get teleported, which does the ground and pound again, and then it spawns a clone, which does it again, so I just get 3 of them in quick succession. It's not really that it's not meant to happen that way, it's just funny that it can happen that way to me. Which I assume each of those counts for my combo, so... I mean, one of the other games that I play a little bit of is... I haven't streamed it, but I play Void Crew, and for whatever reason, I cannot finish a round on Void Crew. Every time I finish a round, it just hangs the entire client. I can play the game just fine. I have no problems while you're actually in mission, but I can never get my rewards. But yeah, the main issue I have is just while recording and streaming at the same time, and I'm listening to music, which I have set to a different channel, so you most likely can't hear that. With all of that going on, my computer is pretty well maxed out. I didn't use my buff actually. And True Savior always was very resource hungry when the era came out, which is strange because the last game that INC made before that was Granado, and Granado was always very resource light. You could run Granado on a cell phone, like without their mobile rebuild. If it wasn't built on Windows ARM, like the performance it needed, any modern cell phone could run it. At one point, I wanted to try to make an emulator to run it on cell phone. Back when I played a lot of it. Granada was my main MMO for a long time. Don't want that. Leave me alone. So I really can only run this one little channel with my current weapon. It's most unfortunate. I do very good in this one little channel, but by channel I mean this one little bridge area. If I go over here, there's range that do a lot of damage. If I go over there, there's the wrong type. Obviously the rock mobs are the wrong type as well. Like, as long as I stay where I'm allowed to grind, it's great. I actually think I'll grab Shinobi as my next class just to have some range again. Giving up both the Corsair pistol and kunai, it's painful. Which I could try there again, actually. The Legwind dungeon. I went there a while ago. I just didn't have the damage. I was relying on the Corsair pistol, and it was good. I could kill one mob or two mobs every 30 seconds. But, you know, Mac has the advantage of single target damage. So if I can kill better, it will be significantly better EXP. Specifically job EXP. And they're also weak, so there's that. Technically, they're weaker. Or not. Maybe they're not weaker. Elites do hurt. Get to reimbue my elements. It's funny to me which ones are classified as what. The imp, that is a mute. The little tree shrub, well, that's a demon. Like, what? Like, the mutant one, it kind of makes some sense. Imps typically are demons, like, that's generally how they are classified. But the plant being like, it's literally I assume the name is supposed to be Rapalgia, which is a type of plant. So, I would expect it to be a plant type. I need to go buy buffs again. I mean, it's good EXP, it's just you can't get type advantage because everything's a different type unless you get both mutant and demon. I believe we cover all of them. But as you can see, it's a lot of job EXP. And I'm very close to my next job, so it's kind of all I care about right now. Definitely do need what's at least. I mean, it's kind of that way for all of the monsters in the game. I have a feeling that INC decided the types by rolling the dice. They're just like, there you go, you're a plant, apparently. You're just literally a random dog enemy, but you're a plant now. Congratulations. You got promoted. Though realistically, that is a very common issue in most game development. Like, very rarely do they take the time to go through and give everything the type it should have. So many times, one thing will be typed as one thing, and then a different reskin of the same mob will be a different type. And it's not like, this is an undead variant of this mob. It'll be like, here's the dog, and it's a beast type. You're like, okay, that makes sense. And then the same dog will be there later, but it'll be a demon type. And apparently, the dog converted to Satanism, and now it's a demon, I guess. Like I said, it feels like a lot of times when you're dealing with that many mobs, they just start randomizing it. Once again, forgot to heal before I attacked. If there was one thing that I could get fixed, I would want the HP on that thing getting reset, fixed, like that. It's not that big of a deal, but having to drink a potion every time I go through a map before I start farming it's great if you're a barbarian. It's just another point the barbarian wins on. You go through a portal and you're ready to grind. Wouldn't it be nice if these things were properly demon typed? They're the most common mob here. You can literally farm them in this little circle. There's no range mobs. It would be quite glorious. What happened there? Oh, I probably evaded the attack. The gym doesn't quite work correctly if you evade an attack, and you'll still teleport and counter, but it won't put itself on cooldown. So you can just continuously avoid attacks. You know, for all the flaws of Black Desert, thinking about it, that's basically the only game I know that typing is respected. Now, there's not that many types in the game, but at least they're consistent. They also don't really do anything with the types, which is kind of funny. The one game that consistently classifies enemies with the right types, they basically just removed all of the type bonuses and changed them to species bonuses. Early on, you could actually get like really good human bonuses, you can get really good beast bonuses. There was gear sets that would actually let you grind other areas at higher efficiency than having the ideal gear, having the boss gear of the era. Which was nice. You know, they kind of just ruined it by making it too simplified. I shared a link of my gear in the Discord, and I literally just have all the best gear, but it's like, everyone else has the same gear, they just have slightly more refines than me. But I accomplished that by literally just fishing. AFK fishing all the way to the top tier. And getting lucky on taps, obviously. Luck is the end game of BDO. Oh, it definitely is. There's 2 new gems I want from the next set. One of them makes you build up a thing that, when it fills, you will have a static field on your character. And the next time you attack, you'll do a lightning effect. And the other one is like a bossing gem that makes it so that you'll build up. Characters here. They are a threat, but it makes you. It functions similarly, but it doesn't build up on attacks. It just builds up from time and start glowing, and you'll deal damage when you do an attack over a certain threshold of damage, but it has to have so much multiplier on it, and it just doubles the effect of it. So it's very similar to the clone gem, except not random. Now, both of those are on relatively hard mobs to grind, so they're actually difficult to obtain. The other one I want is another one that's very difficult to obtain. The old Mantis gem that gives you Divine Stigma. Now it's just going to give every class that uses it. I don't know if it's going to be as hard as is. I think that's probably one of the hardest ones to get, just due to the fact that there's 3 of them in the map. And they spawn on each different corner of the map. Technically, you can spawn them all in that one room, but you have to kill them in all the other spawns to get them to all respawn in that one little chapel room. But, yeah. I think that one's probably on par with the Magic Gym. I farmed that one in the beta for the server when drop rate for like 10x, and it still took several hours. Well, everything got deleted, so it was 10x drop rates, but you didn't get to keep anything you got, so yeah. It sounds great until you hear that side of it. I had very good gear. I had several plus 40s in the beta from just the unlimited silver that we got. And that wasn't even with gold anvils. Now, they were all chat weapons, but still. When you have unlimited resources, it's very nice. In the beta, you could make over 10 mil in like 30 minutes at before the elite versions were added. The mobs were much weaker. It was one of just the higher spawn rate maps. But yeah, it was done that way so that everything could be tested without having to invest your entire life into trying to test whatever content you want to breed. But yeah, the Mantis Gem, it gives you... Divine Stigma gives you strength and magic attack based on your SPR right now. That's getting changed as well. It'll be converted like all the other party buffs. So it should be giving you a fixed amount, and then it'll increase it based on magic amp. But the old gem for it will now just make everyone scale on SPR. It's going to be another gem that like is probably best in slot. I mean, it'll depend. I don't know what slot it's going to take, and like if it competes for the glove slot, and you either have that for like I don't know what percentage it would be, some degree of SPR scaling on your weapons, or you have the Club Gem, which just occasionally doubles your damage, more than doubles your damage. Then it's a tough sell, but like, if it goes into your armor or something, then it'll be best in slot. If it goes into your weapon, there's not that many gems that you want to put in your weapon that will compete with it. I think it only works for physical, though. There's a different one that does kind of the same thing for magic, but it's strength. That's the Minotaur gem. I think that one's actually already added. But yeah, like I said, it just does the same thing for magic. It scales your magic based on strength, regardless of weapon type. I think I actually have one of the Minotaur gems on like Evercuse. So whenever that does get added, I can add it to my summoner. It's going to be definitely best in slot for summoner. You'd actually probably use both of them. Do a hybrid summoner, use the SPR to physical attack, do the... I mean, technically that one's not rare. Or unless you mean, like, rare isn't any monster gem. But that one's relatively common, mainly just because the only monster that spawns in that little chunk of the map is the monster that drops it. The respawn rate's pretty generous. I actually thought about grinding one of those because of that reason. I could set up my summoner there easily. Like anyone could set up a summoner there. And then as long as you pay attention to the sound, anytime you hear the ding, it might be a gem. Decisions. I mean, I could make my combos 30% stronger and give up my range for another job, or I can just get my range immediately. I don't have the points to actually unlock anything though. Kind of the bane of this alt character. Sure. Came all this way just to die. I am leaning towards Shinobi. Just because Highlander I don't need any extra skills on. Like, I don't need extra skill points. And I actually do need to level up my Shinobi. And technically, you only need Highlander 2 to max out Shinobi. I don't think we have the effects yet. I mean, I'll find out real quick. I work here. There's literally nothing I can buy. I don't have any money. I guess I can actually save the map. That's a good reason to work here. But I can check out, and I see how good they are compared to that. When I go back and farm my cotton, I will definitely want Kunai, so yeah. I won't even see. Kunai is the only one that you need to have Highlander 3 because it combos with the lightning imbue. That is strong. At this point, I should drop that. don't know when I will ever use cross guard, but I mean, if I really need some block, it's there. If I can do that. It's very expensive, but it always puts you behind the enemy so you can dodge most attacks. It puts you behind them, but it doesn't make you face them. So, you just whip your attacks. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get this next job to really finalize my build. The last job is completely optional, makes my gun ho a little bit better. Have the armor to actually make them so strong in the first place. It is one of the reasons to go with bone plate. If you go with bone and you use gun ho, like it doubles your damage if you refine everything. But even if I refine the shade, it'll never give me that much defense. The downside of having a split between Legion and magic resist. The Buggy Fighter gym is one of the best gyms in the game. It's much easier to obtain than the Glitch gym, and I mean, the movement speed is nice, the HP is nice, everything about it is nice. I have two of them, actually. Like one on my mage and one on my mage system. The one that's actually like fully geared. That's the slot for everything. At least in terms of release gear. Oh no, I take that back. I do not have any of the elite legendary drops. I don't think anyone does. They're basically as rare as the flame is, except you can only get them from elite spawn. So times that by 100. And there's only like 3 or 4 flames in the server other than mine. And someone got another flame just a while ago. So that would make 4. Which other people could have them. And they just didn't drop them and announced they got them. So they are rare. But each of the elites has an item that basically does the same thing as their buff does for their allies. So like 30% less physical damage taken on top of whatever defense you have. My potion there, but it didn't go off. 50% reduced chance to get hit by ranged, even if you don't have range evasion. It just adds a chance to avoid the attack altogether. Not even going into the evasion or block system, so the enemy can't resist it. Like, they can't bypass with accuracy, they can't bypass it with block penetration. It's probably the best one out of all of them. But yeah, it's gonna be a while until someone actually gets one of those. I also don't know if it actually applies to your party, or if it's only for you. And considering they're from the party zone, I would assume it will share that buff with everyone in close proximity like it does for the elite. But until someone gets one, no. So it's funny how many people end up getting the Buggy Fighter gem without even trying to get it, though. I've taken a couple people through that part of the story on the characters, and it's at least 10% of the time we're going through there just not farming or anything, just going through to get a little bit of EXP before going to the boss, and the gem drops for them. Then you go to farm it, and you put in like 4 hours to finally get the drop. I mean, all the gems I've gotten on this character, other than the G-Lizard gem and the Capricorn gem, I just was walking through a map, killed one mob, and I'm like, oh, I got that gem now. Into the box it goes. Fortunately, like, of the gems that I've got, I don't think any of them are really good for my build. The Critical Rebirth gem could be good, but since I'm going Dex, it's not really. Crit Reverb is mainly for, like, pure calm strength swordsmen, if you're going two-handed. And then you just throw that on, and you'll guarantee that every, like, 3 or 4 hits will be a crit. You still won't really ever get the enhanced crits, but, I mean, you're gonna have so much raw damage that it ends up being worth it. You can also stack it, so if you use the Bone Glove, you can put 2 of them in there and gain 20 crit every time you don't crit. Yeah, at that point, basically every 3 hits will always crit. A lot of people are sleeping on that gem with other builds. Like, I thought about using it in my build, and I did for a little bit, but then I had to swap it out when I swapped to, I think, Bumpy Fighter again. Went back to my Bumpy Gloves. And I just don't have the socket for it, so... Until we get the appraisal system, hopefully when I appraise my plus 30 Bumpy Glove, it gets an extra socket. For my build, glancing is mandatory. So if you're going to do a glancing build, that's another one that Critical Reverb is amazing on. Because anytime you miss, it won't count as a hit. Or it won't count as a... It won't even roll for crit. Okay. And since it doesn't roll for crit, that just guarantees reverb stats. I mean, that's always how it works. I feel like my chat is, like, behind 5 or 6 minutes on OBS. So, yeah, I just saw the message about getting random questing. You always get the rare item you're not trying to farm. And then you go to actually get one, and it's like, alright, well, now you're gonna have to earn it. Back when I actually played Black Desert, like, really early on, I was always running around with, like, virtually no gear at all, because anytime I tapped anything, it failed. And then as soon as I stopped playing with any type of seriousness, like, I'd log in once a month and play for an hour or so, and then not even log in to fish or anything. As soon as I started playing that way, everything I tapped went through. Like, I swear there's a system in there to try to, like, boost your odds for players that are not regularly playing, while lowering them for regular players, to keep people online. Because I'm typically pretty lucky when it comes to RNG checks. Like, I have favorable luck. And the fact that, like, I could never get anywhere in Black Desert, and then all of a sudden I'm in in-game gear, it's very unusual. It also makes sense from a, monetization model. A big part of your spenders are going to be people that are online often. They have a, if you haven't seen it, they have a, like, Let's Go Whaling video is what they call it. It's a psychology expert explaining how modern games work, but one of the points they bring up is every hour a player is online increases the chance that they'll spend money. Regardless of whether they're having fun or not, like, it doesn't matter if they're having a good time or if they're just grinding because they want to progress. As long as they're online, it increases the chance of them spending money. So games use a lot of tactics to keep you online. They use the daily activities to keep you logging back in every day. Even if you only log in just to, like, talk to an NPC and log out, it's still a chance that you see something you want to buy. Yeah. I mean, I used to really like Maple, but it's kind of just gotten to the point where the daily activities being the entire game ruined it for me, which is funny because I would play Maple for like 10, 20 hours a day. Like, I would grind my soul away on Maple with no problem. But back then, I was grinding to make money or to refine items. Like, I was grinding for whatever goal I had at the moment. And now modern Maple is log in, do your arcane quests, log in, do your divine symbol quests, like just nothing but dailies. I have enough daily chores in my own life. I don't need to play an MMO to get more daily chores. I also just don't, I'm not a big fan of the system. It's basically just gear score by another name, where I liked Maple more when it was about getting good luck on your scrolls and having a relatively decent drop item. That was ideal Maple for me. And even if you didn't have that, no, I mean, I guess, eventually, there's no more dailies to do. But then they expand the level cap, and now there's more dailies to do. You've got new symbols to farm. I was very far from finishing my, not even my arcane symbols were done. Like, I got to 255 or so back before they gave that away for free. Because, again, I don't mind grinding when I'm having fun. It's just when I feel like I have to log into a game to do my daily quests. I can't stand that. It's also just the fact that it time gates you. Like, technically you can get symbol drops while grinding, but you're not going to max them by getting drops to grind them up. Like, what do you get? 30 or 40 per day by doing the quests, or if you grind for hours, you might get 3 or 4. Like, it's not even a dent in the total time. Well, I mean, they make it faster to get you into the next set of daily quests. I mean, it makes sense. You want people to be in the same location as other players in MMO. So, speed through the older stuff, put everyone together again. So, peak Maple for me was probably... It's been so long. Crimsonwood Keep... Not Crimsonwood Keep. I mean, that was also a pretty good period of Maple, but, the Von Lion Castle, Rockies. Going there, using the Hunter exploit to increase the mob spawn through the roof, and grinding that with a party. That was probably peak Maple for me. Like, that was just a little bit after Big Bang. See, a lot of people are, like, asking for a classic server, and I'm more of the mindset that, like, the classic server will be good. Don't get me wrong. I know why people want it. You're going to go back to party quests being a massive part of the game. One of the best ways to get EXP. I mean, if not the best way to certain level ranges. Like, that's all good. But for me, like, post-Big Bang, with some slight customizations to the way some of the skills work, so the things like I mean, a lot of those things I think got removed in Big Bang. But I played a little bit of Classic, and it reminded me of a lot of the things that I just really didn't like about early Maple. And they're very easy to fix. What's it, which class gets the grenade? It's been a couple months since I played, but Was it the Brawler, or was it the... Yeah, it's Corsair. There we go. I couldn't remember if it was the Bandit or the Corsair, but whichever one got the grenade, you hit the grenade, and it's just awful. Like, it's terrible. You'll never use that skill. And if you just put a cooldown on it, and then made it like a big AoE, so you throw out a grenade, it blows up, it clears like 2 rows, does pretty good damage. If you're strong enough, it'll clear 2 rows. And then it goes on cooldown for 60 seconds, 50 seconds, like whatever, it's gone. You would deal with the aiming mechanic for it, for the damage. But it does no damage, and I mean, you can chuck it as many times as you want. It's just you'll never want to throw it. Like, simple things like that would make kind of like a just after Big Bang server peak for me. Take some of the useless skills, change them into cooldown based, field effects, some sort of clear. I mean, that's what I'm saying. For me, though, it's just, I'm not that attached to the classic era, personally. I mean, that's one of the things in Speeds. Party grinding is the way to go. And I believe Oracle is getting effectively holy symbols so that Oracle can further boost the party XP if you have one. One of the things I recommended is giving... I know that you can, like, respawn a specific mob with Oracle, with Chrono, but I recommended giving Chrono basically a cannon effect where you can increase the spawns on a map. I just don't know if it's actually possible to do. But that would be really nice. Though, I also understand some of the issues with that, like, if it functioned the way that it probably would end up having to, it would be like an effect that again, I keep saying Oracle, the Chrono puts down to itself, and then around them it'll spawn enemies from the map, which that would be pretty easy to do, I assume. There's plenty of mechanics that already do that, so it can be done. But then you just have something like a lot of maps are getting boosted, it's just it has to be done map by map. This is one that got boosted. Like, there's a lot of mobs on this map. They're just kind of spread a little awkwardly, in my opinion, but also, if you kill the mobs in one area, they'll all spawn in the other. If I go over to the side that has the archers, there'll be tons of mobs over there. But I mean, this is like a nice little board for how strong these are. But, yeah, if they gave the Chrono something like that, the main issue I see is it just so happens that the Chrono is in the same tree as the Necro. So you can go and get on your Chrono, summon your zombies, and I just feel like a lot of people would be too tempted to macro. They would be semi-AFK, hitting a button to activate their mob spawning ability on cooldown for very long periods of time. So that's the only downside I see with that kind of suggestion. Like, it would be really nice for legitimate players. It would also be really nice for illegitimate players. Which, yeah. Not wanting to... I mean, is that really such a big deal, though? I know that in Maple it kind of became a big problem where everyone, hated the Canna because the Canna was the Canna, and if you didn't have a Canna, you didn't grind. But making it so that you just don't have to run around as much wouldn't be that big of a change. As long as it didn't spawn the mobs fast enough that you don't have to. Not that you don't have to, but that it's better to just stand still with the chrono and spawn mobs that way. Like, basically, it just lets you grind in a different way. It's still better to go and run and make piles in different rooms, but it would make the class much more tempting. But at the same time, you have really good options in the mage. Like, at that circle, you're competing with the Thom, which is now really good. Like, Thom is insane now. The Featherfoot, obviously. You've got your summoners. Like, for party play, it would be very desirable. But for solo play, there are just a lot of things that you would want in that particular set of circles. Because, I mean, Chrono is like I think it's circle 6. So, yeah, you're giving up a lot if you pick Chrono. Like, if that was a Chrono Circle 3, so you're giving up Featherfoot, or at least you're giving up maxing out Featherfoot where it's really good. It's usable on max, but you really want Featherfoot 3. You're giving up Featherfoot. I guess you could get Chrono and Thom and just go full support, but then you'd only have your lower jobs for DPS, so you're just committing to full party play. Actually, would it? Yeah, it'd be possible. I would say it might not even be possible to get a Necro, but it is. You have to be rank 10 to have both of them at level 3, but you can do it. I think the biggest issue with that kind of suggestion would be getting it to where it doesn't. Oh, it actually does work with Ellie, by the way. Chrono has an additional cast time reduction built into it, so you can either get Swell Brain, which would give you 5%, or you get Chrono, which I believe gives you 15%. So you have to get the attribute for it. Yeah, the attribute that would normally give you quick cast, now just gives you passive 5% more. I'm pretty sure. I was messing around with Ellie a while ago, and I was able to get, with kind of like a not really good build, very high dex, and not being able to crit. So I was using a stack that gave me more dex, or 1 of 2. But with like a kind of meme-ish build, I had 79% passive cast time reduction, so I could max my AoEs in a second or two. And I mean, it was decent. It wasn't as good as just casting them at a lower level with a proper hint build, but yeah. You don't need to get that high at cast speed. Getting just 50% is already plenty. I mean, when I was playing it was at least in the top 5 of all classes. Now, the Featherfoot kind of is just In a way, it's the better Ellie, but at the same time, Ellie can be tankier, even though Fettifer is very tanky due to the way their heal works. Because Ellie goes for SPR and they have the power of Magic Shield, and then they also get the improved version of Magic Shield because if you're playing Ellie, you're probably going to play the Onmyo. I don't know how you pronounce that, but you know what I'm talking about. The other cast time base class. So you're going to have the turtle skill. It gets very tanky. I mean, a lot of players were just playing it as a pure tank caster. They would go with Wizard 2 to get your fast Runecaster, but they actually don't even go Wizard 3. They go Wizard 2, Runecaster, and the only reason they do Wizard 2 Runecaster is because Runecaster is also a cast time-based class. And it gets stronger if you don't use your quick cast. So since you're not relying on quick cast, you just feed all of that to Runecaster instead. But yeah, Wizard 2, Runecaster, LE3, and oh my 3. And then kind of whatever you want for the last slot, doesn't matter. Wizard 3 if you want it, or you can get like one circle for spell hand. But with that setup, you basically just face tank everything. You make a pile, stand still, full cast your meteor, and then just drop it on yourself and kill everything on the screen. It is very good. People just kind of swapped over to Fettifer because you don't have to take any hits. You can take hits if you need to, but you just deal all the damage to yourself instead of letting the mobs hit you while you're tanking them. Ultimately, it's kind of the same outcome, just lower damage. Oh yeah, the Onmyo you only really get for the better version of Magic Shield. It hasn't been not none, but very few of the 8th circle jobs have been removed. So most of them are going to feel kind of not great. The Bullet Marker is the one that I know it's been reworked. Other than that, feel like no other jobs. Some of the swordsman classes, even though they're not reworked, they kind of they benefit from the power of Bard. Swordsman just doesn't need as much support in terms of rework for the higher classes. But other than that, for Archer and Cleric, if it's not reworked, it's not usable. I think was pretty much the same. Again, other than the Magic Shield, which, obviously, with how powerful Reflex Shield is, having a better version of that is very good. Alternatively, you can skip doing that and you can go for Cryo 3, and then just every time you're about to cast a spell, you pop your Sub-Zero Shield. I guess now with the new version, not really the new version, but the fixed version of it's actually pretty... I mean, honestly, right now, is almost required. Any wizard build. Like, it's not, but the fact that you can just get the equilibrium mod and then part of your con gets added to your int, That's very good. And I mean, also being able to just swap the stats as you need to was always very good. I mean, Bomb was always one of the best classes. Whether you were exploiting the stat resets or not, and that too. Like, it does everything. It's good for the party, it's good for yourself. It is an excellent class all around. Which I feel like it's just good that it is. Like, it's not that anything it does is overpowered, it's just that all of it is very useful. And together, you have just a very competent support. It enables you to play so many different ways on the mage that you could not play without Palm. Like, you can go a two-handed staff, pure int build, and use Palm, I mean, not pure int, but have a little bit of SPR, big amount of int, tiny amount of Palm, and then just use the, well, technically, I guess you would equalize your int and Palm naturally, just to maximize the int from con ratio from Palm. But yeah, you can go like a super glass cannon and then turn it into not a glass cannon with Palm. And as long as you have the SP pool, it'll work. I always liked playing Palm in vanilla just to play a pure con wizard. Before they added the system where you have to play your int wizard and then use Thom to pass all of your int to Thom. But I made it so that if you invested into int, it would give you like an extra 3 or 4 points every time you put 10 points in at higher values. Which then, again, Thom became even more OP because you go all into int, and everyone else has 600 com, and then you have 1,200 com. So you're just even more obscenely tanky. With 100% uptime on the bubble. But yeah, I like having Thom in my build just for that reason. Like, not even the equilibrium thing, which is very good, but just to be able to turn it off and then instantly become a tank. Which, before they fixed the summons, that was kind of what I was exploiting a little bit. I would summon my summons with transpose set to equilibrium, and then as soon as I created them and they were locked in with the stats they had, I would then swap to just pure tank and be able to AFK as long as I wanted. But now, if I do that, then my summons lose all their damage. But that's the kind of stuff I like about Palm. Like, it's got a lot of good features, but the fact that you can just hot swap back and forth between extremes is the whole class. The passive is very good, and most of the time you should be running that passive basically all the time, actually. But it's not even what makes me like class. I mean, it plays really well with Sorcerer in general, just because when you're mounted on your summon, you can't take damage, so you don't need any. So, being able to decide how much of whatever stat you're converting on the fly, or just disabling it altogether to swap back to your base stats. Which I guess now you wouldn't even do that, you just turn on the ability. And you just get more stats. would say that's kind of the only thing that I feel is a little bit of a loss. I can't really see a scenario with how it works now that you're not going to use equal all the time. Other than maybe like a featherfoot bomb build. If you're trying to build stacks, you might just dump all of your int into calm, and then build some stacks, then swap back and have all the damage with all the stacks. It's probably the one exception to that statement. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking like vanilla Thom versus the current Thom, and how I used to use it. And most of the old techs for Thom just are not a thing anymore. Which is fine. I mean, again, it's a class that has a lot that it can do. It's a very good class. It's just very different from really played it a lot. And it was part of all of my builds. At this point, I think the only other wizard that I'm kind of waiting for, I mean, I want the Onmai just to be able to full Ellie build, but I want to see what the Shadowmancer is going to be. Like, that one has a lot of interesting potential. One of the things he was talking about doing with it is making it so that when you create the clone, that you can do the teleport, and instead of just being able to create enemy shadows that deal damage to you, you can create a shadow of yourself. And the shadow that you create will copy some of your spells from the same class, and that would be very nice, in my opinion. Basically like a mini Shinobi that doesn't have the downside Shinobi has. Well, I mean, the funny thing about that is the Shinobi rework basically changes it into a caster. You get chain lightning on the kunai, you get a fire explosion on the gunpowder bomb, the katam. I don't think this one gets an effect. The whole benefit to Minjin, like you actually just skip it entirely unless you're a barbarian, is it always drops you. If you leave it level 1, it will always drop you to 5% HP. So if you're doing a boss or something and you just want to instantly hit your highest damage potential on Barb, you hit that button and you're good to go. But I mean, I am actually interested in the Musk as well. He said he's going to merge it with the Tiger Hunter. So I don't really know what that means yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be more of a stealth class. The biggest issue I have with the Musk is that it has no animations. Like, it literally uses the same animation for every attack. Other than, the crosshair that pops up on your screen, but it's not really an animation, that's a skill effect. Which, I mean, it's a musket. You shoot the gun, and then you shoot the gun again, and then you shoot the gun again. It doesn't exactly have a large range of actions that you can do with a rifle. I mean, even the Tiger Hunter is still kind of in the same boat. Tiger Hunter can prowl around, and then it can shoot the gun. But at least the animations from the Tiger Hunter are slightly better. Like, I swear the Musketeer has one animation that just gets recycled, and it plays faster or slower depending on what skill you're using. I'm surprised they never did a double rifle class. In GE, one of like the most popular periods of GE was when they had added Punisher, which was technically, a rifle pistol stance. But you easily could have made that a dual rifle stance, and they would functionally be the same stance. And there's just a lot of fun animations you can do with two rifles. Even if it's not functionally... Even if it doesn't work in terms of, like, reality... I mean, there's nothing stopping you from shooting a rifle like a pistol. You can do it. It is not recommended. You are going to give up all of the accuracy you had on the rifle to have an inferior pistol experience. Like, there's no benefit to doing it because pistols are just designed to be used that way. But in the game sense, it's fun visually. And I'm just surprised they didn't, with the success they had with Punisher, everyone wanted to have it. So many people were running that content just to try to get Punisher. It actually got people engaged in the game. I'm surprised they didn't go, that was a really successful thing. We should add that to Crusader. New class, two rifles, or a rifle and pistol, either one. Both of them are perfectly fine. I personally feel like the two rifles is visually more enjoyable, but a rifle pistol class would also work functionally because the pistol is already offhand. So it fits more into how the game currently plays. But it apparently didn't feel like it. Not only was it not done early on, I don't think it's been done even with all of the gadget classes. It still doesn't exist. I gained quite a bit of levels today. I've been just kind of haphazardly grinding them. It's 30 levels. Considering that I still don't even have my chest armor. I'm quite satisfied with this. I mean, I guess when you think about it, they literally only made two rifle classes other than Musketeer. It's the least used weapon of all the weapons in the game. So, I guess if no one's making the weapon type very low in terms of incentive to actually make more classes to use it, focus on the classes people are actually playing. I don't know about a new one. I know they had like I don't think it's called the Art Blast, but like it's something to that. Yeah, there you go. I think the name of those medieval crossbows that I mispronounced horribly. Yeah, I saw that one, and I saw the Tiger Hunter. I thought the Tiger Hunter was a melee class. You know, just something about Tiger Hunter made me think, okay, it's going to be like some sort of cat's claw martial artist type deal. I was incorrect. The problem is, it depends on when the classes are released, because apparently anything released after a certain period, the effects are no longer accessible, the animations are no longer complete, like, you get much less of the actual files in the client. So, it's not as possible to import them. Apparently, Tiger Hunter. I don't know where the cutoff is. Apparently, Llama was kind of like at the upper limit of where it started to be really hard to get animations. No, he was able to get the rest of the Llama animations, so it might be possible. We didn't have them for a very long time. We had the character model action, so we didn't have the rest of the animation, so your character just kind of slapped the air and nothing happened. All of the nat combos are the Llama animations that didn't get past the monk. The monk inherited two of them, or I guess technically four of them if you count punch and kick as actually being skills. They're basically just reskin normal attacks. But the monk got punch, kick, and endless assaults, or endless attacks, and flying sidekick. And then everything else went to Nat. And until recently, they were very bare bones in terms of what they did. Now they're actually fancy skills. The hit got its effect back, so it actually does the fire animation it used to do. Vanilla, and then endless attacks has its actual attacks. You did just disappear, and then the mob took damage. Now it actually plays the hit effects above where you're at. Actually having animations is kind of nice. I leveled this character all the way up without any animations. It was very boring. No visual flair. Now, granted, you only really use those attacks on boss scenes, so rather than engaging with the boss and, you know, doing skills and seeing visuals, I would go to the boss, activate Awakening, and then just immediately do endless attacks and kill the boss. And during the animation of that, I disappear and the boss dies, and then I reappear with my arms splayed out, like I did something very anticlimactic. I feel like something's still wrong with the HP. Going to probably report that. It feels like you don't gain any HP, and then after a certain point, you just suddenly gain a ton. Now, maybe. I mean, I guess I did put a lot more points into HP, so maybe I just didn't notice it until. But I feel like I was stuck under 2K for a very long time. And then put in a small amount of points, I'm up at 5K almost. Without having, you know, Seeds buff for an extra 1000 HP, food buff for an extra 30, and up to it's 10% and 300 HP. Gonna say I spent the $10. Technically, I didn't, because I farmed these during the event, but. Oh, yeah, thanks for joining me. I'm thinking the same thing. Just kind of doing some last minute gear refines. I'm probably gonna hop off as well. I mean, a 4-hour grind. Not bad in terms of EXP return for a solo. I mean, I got AoE ratio on this one in one tap. That's what I like to see. Or do I want to be greedy on these cat ears and try to make them better and probably get nothing? Or do I want to just put these on my dog ears that it doesn't matter if I get something or not, because I still have the cat ears. I mean, I basically traded 8 accuracy for 10 and 20% more damage. Not bad. This one actually doesn't do anything for me at all. I was using it when I had the Corsar, and the AoE ratio does help you for the pistol. But, I mean, I'm a little more resistant to Dark Harpy, I guess. It is a very rare roll to get, so I could probably trade someone for a 3-line of just random elements, or what I really want is crit damage. I mean, it is, but it's much less good if you're not building a class that needs it. I think I have AoE. I have really good ones on my swordsman. I mean, a lot of my classes have them. Like I said, during the event, you got a ton of them for free. I got evasion and crit attack. Oh, I got all 3 actually. That's amazing. Yeah, you get a ton of the attack scrolls during the event, which the event will be rerunning, I believe, last I heard, for April, they're going to rerun the Halloween event just because it's the only event we have that's done. But yeah, I have some very good ones. If I wanted to cheat, I could move these over to my Fresh Start character, and it would be very good. The physical attack currently does nothing, by the way. It's a placeholder stat, and until they get adjusted, they're disabled for anything that has over 50 on an item. So be aware of that. The stat on it, I believe, has already been fixed, and when they do get fixed, they're going to function like your weapon attack. So having, I think it only goes up to 10 now, but if you have 10, then it's just going to get added on top of this, and your weapon will give you 120% more damage or 130% more damage than the weapon. Basically, the way weapons work is you divide by 100, and then whatever you're left with gets multiplied by your attack. Or it gets added to 1 and multiplied by your attack. So for this weapon, I'll have 1.5 to 1.6 of my attack. So yeah, the headgears are just going to get added on top of that. Any items that have physical attack function the same way. But like I said, that system's disabled until every item that has excessive amounts are brought in line. So that people can't equip the items that have 600 attack and then just instantly get 6 times their damage. But yeah, whenever the April event starts, assuming that it gets a rerun, I'm probably going to start running it when everyone starts running. The downside of the event is when you're in there, you get heavily gimped. I mean, it actually doesn't have that attack added anymore. It just has the stats. The stats make it very good anyway, but yeah. The maximum minimum attack had been removed a long time ago, hence why the stats are what they are. It is an excellent two-handed mace. One of the only two-handed maces in the game, and it's accessible very early on. It's part of the reason why Monk is such a busted class. You go pick that up at level 90, and then you're just effectively level 200 in terms of stats. But yeah, I'm going to hop off. If you're around during the Halloween event, try to plan it when other people are online and running, because when you go in there, I don't know if you might have gone in there already if you happen to get one of the drops. They still do drop just very rarely. The Cursed Soul is what you have to use to go in there. I have a bunch of them. I can actually just go with that real quick. I have more than I'm going to use. So these are the event things, which I have just a massive amount of them. You can go in there anytime. The event is always open, but the mobs in here are very strong, and I am now very weak in the event area. This character is obviously very well geared, so yeah, you lose all your power when you're in here. You can still use all the classes you have, so you get some of it back. But just the normal mobs take a little bit to kill, and I'll go and show you one of the mini bosses. I mean, I'll actually go spawn one of the bosses itself after I catch the one mini boss. I don't even know if I can on this character right now. These are the mini bosses, which I didn't really want to focus yet. That attack will one-shot you, so you don't want to get it right. But yeah, as you can see, it's attributes are one of the things you will get in here. If I can kill this thing. Weapon. Boss. Here's going to break though. It's a very expensive mini boss. Like I said, it's designed for party play. So there you go. That's what you get for killing the mini bosses. They're very rewarding. Good old tone, good old 100 candy. I believe it's 6,666 candy to get a ruby anvil. It's 100 candy to come over here. And I'm going to try to just tease the boss with ice bullets, assuming I have enough of them. You can spawn the boss once per hour, I believe. It gives you double loot for spawning it, and where's my bullets? I just want to see if I have enough to even have a chance of killing it. 27. I don't think so. I'll give it a shot. There is a chance. It's not a good chance. The downside with my build here is I want to miss, and I can't miss these mobs. Even though I have negative like 60 accuracy, I still can't miss them because they have like negative 500 evasion. Just to make it so that everyone can actually hit them in the event area, which means not evasion, negative 500 accuracy and negative 500 evasion, just to guarantee that they always hit and they never get dodged or miss or hit, whatever. I'm tired, but you can't miss them, they can't miss you, basically. Just designed so that it's a fair fight for everyone involved. You can't come in here and cheese it with 100% evasion or any of that. But, yeah, I can't kill him with the number of bullets I have. Big set. But yeah, the event is very difficult to do solo. You want to go in there with like a group of people. Usually people will announce before they go in. And like obviously even without, even the normal mobs without having full rank 10 buffs. Very strong. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off now. I'm also very tired. I would look forward to that to the end of the month. April 1st, most likely. If you actually are clearing them effectively, you can get up to 1,000 attribute drops. 500 and 100 are common, or relatively common. 50 is super common if you just farm the normal mobs. People usually set up, like during the last run of the event, people were setting up summoners in there, and just they had summoners scattered all over the entire area, and if you just went and stood next to the summoner, that was what I was trying to get to. When you kill mobs, anyone nearby gets loot. So, yeah. As long as there's someone in there killing, you can kind of just camp next to them or follow them around, and you'll get loot from the mini bosses. Anything gets killed. If the boss gets killed, everyone in the area gets loot. So that's why it's really just favors groups. You don't have to be in a party or anything. Like everyone just gets a loot drop anytime an enemy is killed within your range. So it's definitely worth doing. You do want to plan when you go in. During the event, you can also just farm a ton of the items, and if you have people you regularly play with, like my group, we usually just go in there once in a while to farm card albums, maybe try to get another soul shard. You can get ruby anvils from the boss. The boss has a lot of really good loot as well. But yeah, it'll be good. Look forward to it. For now, I'm probably going to hop off. Later.